Hello. It is time. Okay. So I spent the whole day last time figuring out light. It's a lot better now. It's a lot better now. Also, I forgot to actually commit anything. So I just have stuff. Is it this? Yeah. Yeah, I just have a lot of things. The individual instance things are working. It looks like the train material has bugged again. So that's cool. That's pretty cool. What is that? I've never seen that happen. Okay. Oh, because Git was like off yesterday. Git was down in the morning when I was trying to use it. Morning. Instance collision. So I'm just gonna send that one as its own thing. Get everything caught up. Fix errors when train collision is off. I need to edit that one. Okay, I'm typing git commands into Twitch chat. Let me try that one again. When terrain instance collision. Okay. Oh, and I also have that. Yep. What's here? Checkbox only. And I removed that. Okay. Options when disabled. Cool. So this should be all of the ID variation, which I had been testing and it was working. Okay. Just everything there. I need to see what's changed here. There's some things that are changed here. Unique ID. I need to undo this change. I need to undo that. I think I want to lower the exposure aperture. Maybe. I can't. I spent all of it all day already, so I can't do that one again. Environment. Yes, this is just adding sky, so be very careful. Terrain assets. That's technically a fix, I think. And then yeah, I need to revert this. Alright, so I'm sending a change to that thing, so I can probably add this. I'll do shadows with the camera. Why is ID 0 getting deleted? Also, that needs to be reverted. Yeah, actually, just that needs to be reverted. I think that is staying, though. The cull mode 2, which I think is disabled, is staying. Because it shouldn't be disabled, it should be back face cold. So I can add that. Let me check this, because it might be that I changed the settings so that the default is 0. No, I didn't. I don't know why this has been deleted. So I'm just going to revert it. Wait, the task. Right. And compile days. Go 1 to 1. I don't think I'm doing anything in world. Oh, I do have that. No, I'm not sending that yet. I'm actually not sending that yet. Never mind. Yeah, I can't send it because I have stuff changed there. Yeah, okay. It'll be a different one for the sky. Auto exposure just has an added new line there that it probably should not have. Exposure result. I think I want to keep that there because I want to come back. I still want to come back to that and look at that and adjust it for sure. Foliage? What changed here? No new line at end of file. Okay. So not sending that. Yeah, okay. So this is everything. I am adding assets. No, assets doesn't do that. Never mind. Okay. Add instance variation. Instancer. Also fix something with that. With the placeholder trunk. Yeah, I think it was cull mode. Train instance settings can use weighted IDs to vary the specific asset placed. And handles existing varied IDs when populating chunks managed items. It's a weird way to describe it, but okay, now I'm gonna do light stuff. And I'm just gonna go and launch Godot and then fix something. There's something I have to undo. This, do not do that. Save. What needs to be undone? Did I already undo it? Oh, collision mode. That needs to be undone. It's freezing. It's crashing. Yeah, that's cool. I click terrain and then it crashes. That's cool. Didn't crash that time. So manual. I don't like this. I don't like stuff that's taking this long. It's concerning. Right, that needs to be undone. So the light, I think it's just 20. I think it's just 20. Take that off. And then there's a light coal. Take that off. Flashlight, so I've moved the flashlight slightly. Do I want it to be where I have moved it? Do I actually want it to be where I've moved it? For now, I'm just going to put it back to the center. And I think what I want to do is I want to do similar to the weapon, where turning the camera... Actually, I'm not sure about that. Because that feels disorienting. I've seen that in games. I've seen people play with that. And they say, oh, this is weird, because it can be too slow. If it's too slow, it feels disorienting and it's just not good, right? Because at least in real life, you look somewhere, you point your flashlight at it, and that's fine. In the game, you turn the camera moves, and the flashlight lags in, basically, and it looks... Your eyes are fixed, the camera moves, and what appears to happen is the screen goes that way, or I guess your center of focus moves over here. So in one case, you want to keep your eyes in the middle of the screen, but you also want to track what you're looking at. So when you do that, you want to keep your eyes where the flashlight is. So it's like you move, maybe you move your eyes to the different side of the screen, and then you snap over the flashlight, and then you come back to the middle. I think it can be disorienting. So for now, I'm going to leave it in the middle. My thought was I would have it be like the gun where it aims where you're looking, but it has a little bit of a delay. The weapon's different though from the gun because actually what it should be, not lagging behind but leading. I think I've seen that and I think that looks good. If the flashlight leads, it's a bit better. So if I turn left, the flashlight looks ahead a little bit. I just say I don't know how to do that. I could definitely figure that out. It's not like that's a difficult thing to figure out. Okay, so just checking the player again. Visible false, and then it also needs to be locked. Okay, so I kind of messed that up. I unlocked it to move it back, and then I didn't relock it. And then I need to turn it off. It needs to be off by default. Okay. Anything else modified? Nope. Cool. All right. So I can add player now. Check it again though. Anything could happen. Okay, so there's this exposure scale, 0.32. I've turned it up. I had this at 13.5. Okay. Why isn't, whoa, why is environment saving again? Stop doing that. Just quit it. Physical. Wait, Frustum Forest 29,000. Why? That may need to be increased because the terrain is right? Hang on, 29,000. Let me just make really zooming out here. All right, let me see. I guess let me just add mesh instance 3D. Just call it ruler. Face Y. That's 29,000. Let me make it 10. And then 2,900 I meant to say. And then material, no depth test. There we go. All right, so 29,000, definitely not far enough, right? Definitely not. The train cuts off here, so what does it need to be? I mean, it should be. I was thinking it probably needs to be at least 4,000. Why have I? It should be 4,000. Oh. So here's the thing. Oh, the FAR is actually 2,000. What? What am I looking at right now? The camera attributes. FAR is 2,900. Camera here says it is this, right? I need to come down to 0.2, which means I technically have to cut it in half at the top. know this. I might just need to reset the camera because this overrides that, right? Yeah, this overrides that. So I might just want to reset this. So I'll just reset that. And then use camera attributes to fix this. I'm going to go back to 4000. I'm going to go to 4000 and see if 0.02 is still acceptable. Because it may not be. It may not be. So I run, and I pick up the gun, and I see what happens. Okay, so I've... Alright. I think this is something where I can do that and then be very careful and bring this over here so I can always see it and bring this to 2000. Okay. That's, oh, and it's gone. And it's gone. Okay. 2000. Does this not override it? Oh. Weird. It does not override it. Why not? So it's not overridden here. Okay, point 2. And I see what happens. Okay, so I can see this. That's actually really interesting. The line actually doesn't render over this. I'm actually surprised by that. Okay, well now I've got that. I can see everything now. Run to the other side of this. Oh, okay, so the scope camera is not, does not see that far. Like that mountain just vanishes when I scope in. That one completely disappears. It's gone. So I do have to fix that. Okay, so it seems like it works. There is, of course, depth thing with that. Z fighting. Maybe it only matters for an order of magnitude. Maybe there's not much. Because if I go from 29 to 4,000, that's Yeah, I don't know. It's probably okay. Anyway, the gun. I may as well go and make the gun camera be better. That's just not bolt. It's called bolt. Scope camera. This one does go to 4,000. Why is there a compositor? Remove that. Oh, I think I know why there's a compositor. I think the compositor is so that it doesn't take on compositing from the actual thing, because otherwise it would be doing auto exposure twice and stuff like that. It doesn't need to do that. It just needs to run normal. I might as well name this. I'll call it disable compositor, so it's obvious what that's doing. So why did this not render out that far? It didn't render to 4,000. It's possible that the far is being set. Okay. Is it here? Why does this not see so far? Is it culling? Is that possibly what's happening? I zoom in and there's culling happening. That wouldn't make sense because this is just a different camera. It's just a different camera. It's probably taking the camera attributes, and that may be messing with it. Because that can modify the far. So is it copying from something? Apply. Layer camera attributes, apply camera attributes, otherwise use the environment attributes. So the environment attributes don't say that far. Yeah. So it should be 4,000. Okay, that was the mistake. And that will be named, so I know what it's doing there. And in fact, it could even have bonus stuff in the future, like a thermal. That's probably overkill. Okay. Gotta jump all the way over here. Maybe I jump along the edge, not hitting trees. Yeah. Cool. Now, is there a way I can make this camera update at like lower frame rate? That would be ideal. When it's not full screen, it should probably okay. When you're not holding it, it should probably be like 15 FPS. When you're holding it, okay, never mind. When it's in the world and it's just sitting there, 15 FPS. Or maybe even some kind of additional culling thing where the camera is disabled unless your view direction, unless the camera is in your view direction. It's on screen, or I guess the mesh for it is on screen, and your camera is in the direction of it, so you could see it, or matches a similar direction as the camera. So when the gun is facing you, it doesn't render the camera at all. But the mesh would be visible. Technically. It's on screen. And then I mean that can be done later. That really can just be done later. Okay. Close all. All right. Cool environment. Moon got added. Or the environment sky got added. Tighter shadow caster culling, I can probably turn that back on. I don't know if I need that. I was just messing with stuff. Tight. Okay. Setting filters to faster filters. And then bolt rifle got updated because they changed the name of that compositor. Oh, that got better. Nice. Oh, that's world. Okay. So I add bolt for naming that, and I guess also just updating stuff. The placeholder binary changed. I'm not sending that. And I don't think I'm sending world. Yeah, I'm not sending world. Okay, I'm gonna add some of the stuff from Moon though. I'm gonna add the locks and the moon. And nothing else. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I don't add that yet. This is just camera stuff. Alright, yeah, I'll just do the camera stuff and then I will send the shader things after it. Yep, okay. That's gonna be 7 exclamations for that one. Ah, no, that's too many. That's probably too... No, this is a pretty big one, actually. Yeah, seven's correct. Okay. Also changed filtering settings. Or project default filter settings. Fixed an issue with auto exposure causing banding in the sky at night. I said aperture. Way too high. Increased bar custom for cameras and bolt rifle. Named the compositor settings in bolt rifle so it's purpose it's clearer. And that's it. Okay. Okay. And then I think I'm gonna skip the world. Oh, this was really nice. Okay. So this was a better thing for that. That's just debugging, and then ToeMap is nothing. Okay. So I need to add that, and I need to... I'm gonna remove that extra line in auto exposure. Line 25. I mean, I have too many new lines, actually. I need to remove one. Oh, apparently that was? No. Yeah. Removed one, waiting for exposure. And that's just a debug thing. And I'm not sipping that. Okay. I'll just send this. Improve moon. Improve moon phase brightness. Use a, what was this? I just kind of came up with it, right? I had like the original thing and I'm like, oh, I just want the sign of it. And I just did that. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a second. Isn't there a thing about the half angle? I just noticed that. What's the half angle thing? There's definitely some kind of half angle stuff that I just realized exists. What is this tab? Shader toy. Yeah. It's a square root though. Is a square root better than a cosine? It might be. That's like kind of some crazy optimization stuff. Is square root function more? It probably is. A cosine. This might be an AI question, to be honest. Square root versus a cosine. Relative time cost of square root versus a cosine. Both table lookups. That is my thought too. They should both be very small lookups. Sample lookups can be free a lot of the times, so it can be good to store complex functions as sampler lookups. It's a division and a square root. Okay, what does AI think? Yes. That's my thought. Square root is such a common thing that it's probably better optimized in general than a cosine. And this is CPU. This isn't a shader. How did I remember this? I just saw like sine angle over 2 and I'm like, wait a second, that's a thing. Okay, so I can skip the a cosine and just do, let me verify it though. Flashbang. Okay. So I have negative sine x over 2. What's the plus 1 power? What? What did I just hit? percent of... What is that? Squared. Okay. And then this would be the square root of 1 minus cosine x over 2. Square root 1 minus cosine x over 2. Negative. Plus 1. Squared. Yeah, it's the same function, right? So I can skip the a cosine and just do a square root, and I'll get the same result. I'm doing that. So this is replaced with negative square root 1 minus moon base cosine theta. That goes away. Oh, and there's this times the angle. Okay. 1.35. Was this 865? X. So x now has to become cosine x. So how can I fix that? What's the approximation of the cosine of x as it approaches 0? I think I can just use x. Well, I have this. So what I can probably do is say cosine of 0 is 1. Is it 1 minus? Over 2. Maybe I can use the same thing again. Squared. I mean, it might be okay. This might be okay. I think it's really different. I can also probably just find some kind of, find some kind of approximation where I can make this work as well. I could probably just use a... If I'm already computing this once, I can compute it twice, right? And just save the value. Okay, just deletes the whole thing. So I could use a higher value. So I guess I'll do A. Probably 3. A. Okay, so it's gotta be more than 3. Oh, that gives me, like, spot on. Wait. Really, I should have to make this intersect at the same place as the ink line. Oh, or that line. Why is copying really weird? This is just the same line. This is just straight up the same line. .738. That is a perfect approximation, to be honest. I mean, it's basically the same line. Cool. All right. So I have this term. So I've already computed that term. So I can just compute it again. So I can just say, okay, so this just becomes, this can also just be 1 minus this value. And this becomes 5738. Was that right? 5738, yep. So screw 1 minus mean phase cosine theta over 2. Dude, math is so cool. That's like actually just so awesome. Could I instead possibly, is it, I mean, okay, this works, right? But what if I just did cosine x? What if I just had cosine x? And instead I had, well, that's the thing, right? Because it's 1 minus. Yeah, so that's the thing. This would have to be a really high multiplier, and I think it would probably just not work. This probably just doesn't work until like 50 maybe. Yeah, see, you get this, right? But reusing that value, reusing this, it's just the same line. Those two are just the same line. So. And double checking, again, 1 minus cosine x over 2 square roots. This is just the same as 1 minus. Yep. Squared. Awesome. That's got to be better for CPU, right? All right. So we're always calculating the moon phase, and then we are also always setting the light energy, and then we multiply that by we multiply it afterwards by anything. Cool. Okay. Use approximation formula for moon brightness. With term for opposition surge. Based only on the cosine theta phase. Nice. All right. What have I got now? So I've got the settings, and I've got those materials, which I guess I can go and add. I guess it's fine to add those. Not on this commit, though. I'll just do them on a different one. So the binary file changed. The Aspen placeholder. What does that mean? What precisely changed? So it's gotta be... Yeah, something had to change, right? So a material had to change. Oh yeah, the trunk changed. That's right. But the trunk should be saved as its own. It is. Maybe I just added that? I don't... That's weird. So something from here changed. What? What? Why did it? Huh? Wait. Oh, GLB file. Okay, that's what was conflicting with it. I just hit tab here and it didn't autofill .res. So I was like, what? Why do I have the exact same name as a different file type? That makes sense though. That's correct. So then here, I'm gonna set. Yes, I need to set the moon stuff back. That's done. I need to set the moon stuff back. .58, and then this should be -1.5. All right. Cool. So now all that's changed is the light temperature. The eyelid area. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that off. Okay, I think I can send those together. I don't know. This is all getting a little bit nuts. I want to add some of this. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. Nope. Okay. And then auto exposure. Not doing tone map. Not doing that. I might go ahead and see what that looks like now and mess with it a bit. Foliage shader pre-pass. Oh, I just need to revert that. I remember why that was changed. I was trying to figure out why Spotlight wasn't casting the shadow correctly, and I thought maybe doing something here would fix it. Did not. It was something else entirely. It was an engine bug. Ah, get diffed. And then not doing that one. I'll commit the tone map. This part. I guess I can do that now. Even though it doesn't do anything yet. So let me check. Have I made a mistake? No, is it it's commented out right now? Yeah, it's commented out right now. Why does it think the sampler RID has moved? That's kind of stupid. I find that a bit dumb. I want to edit the script. Here we go. So going to delete a line there, and that will fix that. Should fix that. Cool. And then I'll do another commit later where I just add the line back eventually when I notice that is bad. Yeah, it is script. Yeah, there's a lot of random changes. Yep. And I guess I may as well go and add the texture that I plan to be using here eventually. And the materials as well. Oh, I wanted to add the light energy. Let me go ahead and save this so I can be sure it's correct. And then in fact, I'm even going to close because this happens. I'm going to close and reopen it and then hit save. And then it's going to potentially magically just have a new change it wants to save somehow. Even though I just closed and reopened it and didn't touch anything and hit save, and then there's just a new change. That has happened sometimes. Godot is weird like that. Interesting. The change went away. Why does this one not say it's a int float, but this one says int int? Odd. Yeah, so light energy hasn't been updated yet. So what's going on with that? I guess energy is just 0 right now because... Where's the moon? Is it really right on the horizon? I don't know why I'm moving as if it's going to help me see it. Does anyone see the moon? It's right over here somewhere. I want to see it. Oh, and then... Okay, so... I am going to do something with the sky. What is happening here? It's an odd thing. I don't know what this is. Something's going on with that. Where's the moon? Where's... What? What? Is it already high up? There's the moon. How was I not seeing that? I guess it is really hard for me to see, actually. That is right. Oh my. That is really hard to see. There it is. It's like actually just vanishing. Right there. That is just straight up not possible to see. Is it on screen? There it is. Yeah, you literally can't see that. It's right here. Okay, I mean, moon just straight up invisible. Where it currently is in the sky. Okay. And yeah, it shouldn't have any light energy right now anyway. It should be zeroed. I just wanted to check if it was something else. Yeah, see now it's 298. Which it should be off. It should just be off. It's visible right now. It shouldn't be visible. It shouldn't be visible right now. Oh, actually, I guess I just turn it on. When it's above the horizon at all. And then... So this happens in process. Update sky. If editor real time. Update time, delta times time scale. Update sky, take skylights. Which will set the energy. Okay, there it is. So now it's there. I think it might just be that... Does this just not run all the time? No, it runs no matter what. Tick skylights delta should always set this. If moon is visible, we're running the calculation every frame. Okay. Oh. That comment's just wrong. That comment's just wrong. Just... Oops. Whatever. It's fine. Not adding that. Here's the thing. If I add this, And then I say no to these. And then I close and reopen. It's going to change it back. It's going to say 0 again, isn't it? I think it is. I think it's going to say 0 again. Huh. So I close, I launch, and then I hit save. Just right away. Well, not right away. I'm just going to go see what the moonlight energy says. It says 0. So this means when it opens the first time, it's setting it to 0, which is not correct. That can only happen if this somehow has a target set when it starts, and it's setting it to 0. It doesn't initialize with a target. It initializes with current being 0, which is fine. Brightness of the sun to enable moon shadows and lux. Set target delta. Target to 1, delta is 1. Otherwise, if there's no target set or that, we turn off. The energy is 0.298 now. Which doesn't make sense because the sun is bright enough that it should be turned off. Hey, Danilin. Heck, this should not be done like this. Sun light energy. Apply time changes. Update shader. Alright, let me try this again. Let me quit. I'm going to reopen and then open the moonlight and see if after 30 seconds it suddenly just becomes 1. I'll pretend like I am running a timer. 30-second timer. Alright, moonlight, inspector, energy 0. Does it suddenly snap to 1 after, or 0.2, whatever, after 30 seconds, or does it ramp in? It looks like it snaps. Yep. So it just snaps to that. So this initial thing is wrong. Okay. So here's what I want to happen. It should be 0 until... Okay. It should be fixed, right? Because what I'm doing right now is kind of wrong. I think what I should do is I should have a specific function. So the current luminosity of the sun maps to a multiplier to the moon energy. So I don't have a fake timer running in the background. It's just mapping it directly. Yeah, so I'm gonna get rid of that. And I'm gonna say it's just gonna be a calculation in tick. And it makes sense. Tick skylights will actually do skylight stuff. Yeah, I feel like add refraction to apparent elevation. This might have been... this is odd. Because I'm doing light energy calculations. So... yeah, this is all just weird stuff. Alright, I'm just moving all of this up here. Sky changed or force? Alright, I'll leave this up here then. Sunlight energy calculation. Disable sunlight when energy is too low. Enable moon when above the horizon. Okay. If a moon is not visible, shadow is enabled false. If sun light energy is less than sun low light level, if shadows are not enabled, turn them on. And then here I'm just going to do a mapping right to it. And in fact, I'm going to do this up here. If moon is visible, do all of this, and then this can just be an else. This comes up here. Then this doesn't exist anymore. So then I just say if the moon is visible, if we may show shadows, make sure they're turned on. Which I guess this should just be always on. And this will just be an else. Okay. So then what I'm going to do is undo that. In here, sunlight color is fine. I'll keep that. Okay, so now what I want to have is that's a float. Sun looks enable moon shadow. So I'll say maybe I'll say like 200, a range of 200. And I guess if I need to change it later, I can. So what I want to do is I want to have a value of -1, something like that. Or I guess 0 to 1. If we are 200 under, it should be, well, it's more like, I guess it's more like an absolute value. So this will be 1,000 minus this value, or I guess the sun. So if it's lower, this value will be under 1,000. If it's what would it be? 1,000 is 0. Lower increases up to 200. Higher decreases to -200. Okay. It'll just be the absolute value. Then I guess I actually say this over the moon fade shadow lux, so it'll become, and maybe I should do absolute value first, and then I say the smaller value between this and 1. What's the problem? Right. Okay. So then I can say well, yeah, I guess what I do is I turn them. No. I multiply the energy by this value, and if it's greater than 0, I turn on shadows. If it's less than 0, I turn off shadows. That's all I'll do. Okay. I'll call it shadow fade. There we go. So I'm almost computing it. So now it should snap to 0. And it's not done that. Why not? Why not? Oh, it's the wrong way around. So I just want to do 1 minus. Wait, no. What I want to happen is once the sun light reaches 1000, we start backing off. So this means is we start at 1 and we become 0 when we are at 1200. So 1000 minus 1200 will be negative 200, or negative, yeah, negative 200. Thanks for following, Alex, Pickled, Bob, 1309. Negative 200, negative 1, absolute value to 1. So it should be 1 minus. But then the other way around, that doesn't work. Hello. I think... Okay, so what I'm looking for is, change these. So if 0 is it being exactly 1,000, so this would be y minus x. And then I have this essentially this, and where x is greater than 0, or actually greater than or equal to 0. And this is where x is less than 0. So I have this. This is the result that I want. When we're on 1,000, I guess we should map to turning it off. I don't know. This is the graph, right? Did you see Discord will start requiring a picture of your face ID and feet? No, I haven't seen that. So when the output of this, so I guess, yeah, before I do an absolute value of it, let me just do this. So when the output is positive, I actually want to do negative. So maybe I invert this. So maybe, I was gonna say, maybe I actually, do I flip that around? If you don't want to send directly to them, you can send to me. Okay. So shadow fade is the current sun intensity. If this is greater than 1,000, the result is negative. All right, let me just flip it around and see what that means. It might not do what I am thinking it will do. So if the result is 1,000, the output is 0. If the current intensity is greater than 1,000, it will be positive. If the intensity is less than 1,000, it will be negative. Okay. All right. Now I have, okay, that works. So then I can say, if the shadow fade is greater than or equal to 0, I will just just do shadow fade. That 1 minus the value. And then otherwise, I'm doing 1 minus x minus 1. So is that just negative x? Yeah. So it's just the negative value. Okay. Invert it. Yeah, this is the part, right? This is what's, okay. Let me say if we're less than 0. Do that. And then I'm always going to clamp. Yeah, I'm just skeptical of that. Okay. So now it says 0. Good. No. No, this is wrong. It matters which way the sun is moving. That is important. I guess it can account for time of day. If it is past noon, the sun is going down, right? If it is before noon, the sun is coming up. And so I say if the current time is greater than 0.5, okay, that's much better. All right, let me do this. So instead of that, I think this function is still what I want. But instead, this is the order. So if it's past noon, I use this ramp. If it's before noon, I use this ramp. So I'm going from 1 and down. Right. I mean, not really, right? It's not really that way. It should always be based on the previous. I was thinking of this. No, that wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make sense. I was thinking of a world where the sun is up and it's before noon, and something is causing it to be blocked. The light to be interrupted somehow. And start fading in the moon when it would actually be fading out because it's before noon. Or my thing is saying it should be fading out. Alright, let me just do this. I have the previous light energy, so I'll just do that. Save it, write it. And then my switch, thing is, this is still... Now I'm really confusing myself. Wait, maybe it was already fine. If the current sun energy is positive, I assume we're fading from 1. That might be the mistake, is that assumption. Is it possible for the moon to come up here? Yeah, what if the moon rises just before the sun? So the moon comes above the horizon. We calculate its everything. Enable moon fully above the horizon. Yeah. It's actually probably not good to do. I should probably just say if it's positive and turn it on. No, I'll do that. I'll wait. Enable moon fully above the horizon, because the reason I say that is because the terrain is actually high enough everywhere that you can't actually see the horizon anywhere. So that's fine. If the moon comes up, the sunlight is really low, so I just turn on shadow immediately, and it's full blast, right? Then the sun starts coming up, its intensity is rising. This is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. If... I guess I could just say the sun is rising and then check the difference here. Alright, I'll just do that. If the... It's okay. If the sun light energy is greater than last sun energy, so it's increasing, and we're on the negative side, so the current intensity is actually below 1,000. We're going to start fading it out, right? Otherwise, if the... I'm going to write it like this. If we've increased, then we can do this. And then if we are decreasing, then we can start fading in. Multiply it, and then just here at the end, we can just do that. So I'll just copy this line. Okay. Here one. If the current energy is greater than the previous energy, we're fading out. So we take whatever it should be right now and multiply it by a value that's tending to 0, because this value is increasing, which means this whole thing is going from a negative towards 0, is moving towards positive infinity, I guess. If the sun is going down, that means current energy is less than the last energy. What if it's not changed? What do I want it to do? This will be a very positive, this will be a high value. So this will be a positive value, so it'll be like this. Which I guess I'll do an else on this case, if this happens. Actually, I'm just not multiplying it at all. Never mind. No, wait, I am. Shadow fade is a positive value. Make it 0. Right, it shouldn't be visible right now. So this will just maintain the value if the energy has stayed the same. I guess I can say that. I'll just do a note. Sun is too bright. Actually, I guess what I can do is I can... This might be a good idea, just to move this up here at the top. If the moon is visible, shadow fade. If shadow fade is greater than 1, I guess greater than or equal to 1, then just light energy 0. Else I do all of this. Maybe I'll actually... No, that's fine. The one-liner is handled right away, and then the complicated stuff is in the else. So I'll just say this. And then only if it's changed, I multiply it. Oh, what if it's not changed? Maybe, okay, I'll just leave it like that. If the sunlight energy is the same or increasing, I will also say this. Sun is dim. Sun is low light. But do I need to do this the other way around then? Sun is low light. Shadow phase is positive. So we're bright enough that the moon should just not be. Should not have any light energy. The sun is low light. I guess if the... Yeah, if we're less than 0. Sun is low light. No, I need to do this the other way around. It needs to be like this. This will just be an else. Sun is getting brighter. Fade out moonlight. Sun is getting... I'll just say sun is going down. I'll say this. That's what this really means. Okay. Okay, so this is shadow fade. This is just X minus some value over something. Let me just understand what this means. Okay, so we're just shifting it forward, right? That's what this does. So generally this is just what it looks like. It just looks like this. Okay. You know, just to make it better for me to properly understand it, we're going to go to 800, 1200, and then all right. Just lock viewport. There we go. Okay. So here's what my mapping function does. I have this result. When it's negative, this means the sun is dimmer. Well, I mean, maybe what it really is just an absolute value. I'm just doing an absolute value. Which should actually just be vertical bars. Right. I'll just do this. Shadow fade is positive, light energy should definitely just be 0. Otherwise, we definitely need to be doing something with it. So we say if the sun is getting brighter, I guess I can just do this. This is what I want to do. So then these will be different, right? So this value is always sun is going up. Okay, let me understand this. So when this value is negative, okay. Right, yeah. So confused. I'm really confusing myself. What am I doing here? Is it possible for the moon and the sun to come up at such a time that the moon flips on and the result of this is I'm like actually going a bit nuts. I'm actually going a little bit nuts. I really am. Dog is growling at something. Need you to explain this? Give me, I'll look at that. He might just bark randomly. So, what is this? This is a crazy link, by the way. What is this link? Send me a better link, please. Send me a better link, please. That link is too crazy looking. I'm not gonna leave that. I need a link that has it at most one subdomain. All right, four subdomains is I won't. I'm not gonna open that. Too many. Or send it to me on Discord. I'll take that too. I will go ahead and open Discord. Also, what was this? I'm just now seeing this. Oh my god. What are these extra things at the end that Discord throws up there? This content is no longer available. What? Okay. This A is equal to 1 over 4 pi. I don't know what this is. I don't know what E0 is. I know what these are. Approximately equal to 1 over 30. There's a number file video on that number, and this is probably what they look at. I don't remember what this is, and I don't remember what the cool part of that is. I don't know what that means. It's on Discord. You slurk. So the link that you sent in Twitch chat is the same as the one that you sent to me on Discord. Okay. Why? Why do you have a link that looks like that? You gotta like get better links, man. You need a better link. You need a link that doesn't look like a virus. The .jpeg.webp is just so silly. It's like .pdf.exe or something. Like that's what that looks like to me. I was scared of WebP too. Dude, when that first came out, it was making me so mad because I would try to like download an image and it would. Or I wanted to look at an image, and Firefox was like, "Oh, that's a WebP. Let's instantly download that to your pictures folder." And I'm like, "No, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to download the picture. I want to open it in the web viewer." So then I'm like, "All right, let's right-click the file. Let's open in Firefox." And it would do the same thing again. It would instantly like re-download it to my computer. Tab would open, tab would close, and I'd have a second file. I was like, stop. And the thing is, it would sometimes do that to PNGs. A PNG image would be like, oh, that can be converted to a WebP file. So it'll like convert it to a WebP file and then do the instant download thing again. And refuse to let me open it. Changing the extension wouldn't work. To like open an image, I would just have to go to like some image convert site to get rid of whatever WebP saves to the PNG because I couldn't do it on my own computer. They fixed that, thankfully. Firefox still loves to download files sometimes instantly to your computer without any confirmation, which is still a cool bug that they should really fix eventually. All right. Anyway, I am like seriously confusing the hell out of myself. What am I doing? Because here's what gets me. Somewhere around here, right? The moon comes up. We start here. Sun's getting brighter, so this goes down to 0. And then this happens. We snap up here, sun is getting brighter, and we start fading out the moon, but we already faded out the moon, right? And then here's the thing, if we're here, so the sun is dim, like the sun is setting and the moon is coming up, it's dim, we start traveling this direction, and we go there. So maybe what it is I just need to do 1 minus the absolute value of this. No, because then that doesn't work, right? Because now we're fading in the moon as we go this way. So it's this double thing that's happening. Do I even need to know that? If the sunlight energy is increasing, and we're here, so the moon comes up, the sunlight is at 1000, the moon flips on, we're increasing, we say, all right, let's start the moon at this brightness. Yeah, this is the discontinuity that's happening. We immediately started at 1, so we flick it on. I guess it's on the horizon, so it just came up. And then it would track down this way. Over here, if the moon is setting, the brightness is coming up. So we would run this way. What am I doing? See, they renamed Overwatch 2. Overwatch 4. I don't know about the last part. Oh no, I knew about the last part. Never mind, I did. Yeah. I was playing it yesterday. Overwatch, not Fortnite. Am I just mapping this function always? I guess this is the case, right? I'm going to use this function. The sun is getting brighter only while the sun is getting brighter. So if the sun is getting brighter, I might use this function. No, because then I need to go over here. Oh no, it's always going to be like this, right? The sun is going down. Okay, I think this is what I do. If we're tracking down, we might use this function. if we're in this range. If the sun is getting darker, we might do this. Although as we just started at 1. If the sun is getting brighter, we might do this if we're in the range. That's the trick. Okay. And shadow fade. The sun is getting brighter, and shadow fade is... Let me see the original function before I do any mapping. If the sun is going up and we're greater than and we're positive, if the moon just comes up, it's going to start at 1. And then it can fade out from 1. Yeah, okay. Okay. And the shadow fade is positive. Then I'm doing... What am I doing? I'm doing 1 minus that value. Sun is getting brighter. Fade out moonlight. Getting darker, fade in moonlight. So now we're tracking down, so this value is increasing. Right, okay. And then I guess I can say, if the shadow fade is greater than or equal to -1, then I might do some of this. No, I want to do this way. There we go, and that can just be collapsed. Okay. This is really... That really took me way too long. Hey, Ikezom. Is it Ikezom? I think I've said Ikezom. I think it was just silly. I think it's meant to be Ikezom, right? It's pronounced... Okay, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. Sun's getting brighter, fade out moonlight. Sun's getting darker, fade in moonlight. Okay. Alright, I think this is all correct now. Hopefully it doesn't cause any weird snapping. Energy should be 0 right now. Please. Good. It's 0. And I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the time forward. What's the sunlight at? Energy's still 1. don't think it drops until it hits the horizon. So I can start it here. The moon's up. So I'm going to hit save. Enter real time, and then click the moonlight and see the energy come up. It should be coming up. It might come up really fast. Oh, and it was instant. Ike rhymes with bike. Yep, Ike saw him. So how do you pronounce your name? Almik. Though I hear Almike a lot. So Almik, yeah, just like that. I mean, honestly, I don't know why I've been trying to fade it, because it's so dim that it may as well just turn on if the sun because the ambient brightness from the sky will be bright enough that it should overpower the moonlight immediately. And then that will already fade it out. Yeah, all right, I've been going crazy with that. So don't do this. Just turn it on or turn it off. There's no actual need to be fading it at all. Sorry, I muted the mic because the dog was about to bark. If the sun is visible, just turn off the moon. If we can see the sun, we can turn off the moon. The dog, it might bark. What's the game going to be called? There was a good suggestion at some point. I don't know if it was me or someone else. I don't have an idea for the name. Title. These are the only ones that I got. There's no title so far. It's Destroy All Zombies, Half Dead. And then this will be written like that. And then I just get rid of all this. Oh, not all of that. This. Okay. If the moon is visible, if the sun is visible, turn it off. No shadows. And in fact, I even say light energy is 0. And I guess actually, I put this down here. I'll put this here. And then I don't think I have to turn off shadows if it's not enabled. I think it's handled correctly. So if the moon is visible, the sun is visible, turn it off. Still allow it to be, I guess, in the sky. I don't know. This is maybe this should be flipped around. And then if the sun is visible, turn off the moon. Otherwise, I guess I can actually say this. Yeah, don't even mess with that. Just, if this is approximately 0, turn it off. Did I just say visible equals 0.0? And it just allowed me to write that. Okay. And I'll keep the comment. So, can enable moon when fully above horizon. And I'm going to move this up here. Or was that already there? Actually, this was already at the bottom. Never mind. Move it back down. And then I don't even have that anymore. Okay. Compute the light energy. We can make it visible. If the moon is above the horizon, this should be an else. If the sun is visible, we turn off the moon. Otherwise, we compute a light energy. If it's large enough, I guess in this case I'll say if we are greater than 0. Turn it on. If not, turn it off. Okay. So this means that turn on shadow. It just stays like that. Yeah. And the energy will be modified. Okay. Also, I was looking at pictures of my phone, and I have a lot of pictures of sunrises at various times. I was kind of incorrect. Why is it already... Why was it already off? I guess I did set it too low. Did I? Oh no, it's visible or not. So I'm looking at I'm not looking at light energy. Light energy is just calculated to be whatever. I guess I can set light energy to 0 when it's not on. Because otherwise it's gonna be it's just gonna be left as something. So yeah, I should probably have that just be turned off. It's on. And then light energy is calculated. Okay. Turn that off. And before I do that, I'm gonna check this. This is written in a lot of places. I guess I don't have to do that. So when the moon sets and the sun isn't up yet, this is calculating. Light energy will just become 0. Or actually, it'll always be a positive value if the sun's not up. Okay. Where's the sun? There. The moon should be invisible and 0. And then... Cool. All right. Okay, so now it's going to be consistent. This is just... Oh man, this is kind of nuts. Just that light energy is set to something. Invisibility is correct. Yeah, the moonlight just shouldn't be turned on at all. If it's not bright enough. No. Why has the sunlight been transformed? Did I commit that by accident? That's just a totally different transformation. How? How is this just a completely different transformation? That is very strange. Did I commit that? Maybe I did. It says sunlight. The moon and the sunlight have been changed. Why? Why are the transforms different? That's really weird to me. Because I haven't changed anything. And it's like they just have a different, like, odd rotation or something. There's just something wrong with them. I think it's because I let it play real time. And that modified it. Okay. There's always something weird happening. There's always something weird happening that just distracts me. I just want the transform to go back to what it was. Because it shouldn't be changed. It should be the same as it's always been. I don't know why it's not now. Okay, they're back. So if I change the time of day and I do this, and I just type back in. It's gotta be because I wound time backwards and then hit real... What? That actually just doesn't make sense to me. How did that happen? How do they become... It's like the result in the sky was still the same? We just didn't save? No. Something happened. Because technically... No, because that's the axes. How did that happen? That really confuses me. It's gone, I don't know how it happened. Those just had transforms that were definitely not correct, I think. They're definitely just not the correct transform. So I don't know how that happened. Oh yeah. Alright, so this is just a bunch of random changes. Then I'm just gonna throw them all together. So I changed the island area. I increased the temperature of moonlight. I moved code around. I just got rid of some of this stuff. And the moonlight energy's gone. It's now either what it should be depending on the phase, or it's just off. Because the ambient light from the sky should always just be bright enough that the shadows from the moonlight will fade in eventually once the sky darkens. So it's fine to just flip them on. Okay. It's sky. Trees. Random things. Add materials that will be used for roads and debug. Add settings for Cottonwood and Aspen tree. A debug method for auto exposure. Moon temperature increased to appear blue. Add initial code for LUT. In tone map. And then moon visibility simplified. Yeah, so just a bunch of random things. Okay. Oh man. Am I slow? Am I too slow with stuff? Okay. Finally, maybe gonna do something. Okay, not quite. I still want to do this. So, what I'm using right now, I realize I just don't like it. I think I want aerosol type 1, and then... Yeah, this needs to be lowered. So this needs to be... I'll figure out what it needs to be. It's still too high. Still too high. Okay. Because I've realized that this actually gives the effect I'm looking for. You can see the glow, the red glow here. And yeah, so this is just way too high. So I'm going to go with Desert Dust, whatever the settings do, because there's like, it's just impossible to really understand those. Okay. So I'm thinking somewhere in between here. Because I want this to be pretty high, but like right on the edge of where... Yeah, sure, I'll say this. All right. Because I get that. I get this big halo glow around the sun just from this setting. And that gives me the red that I want just above the horizon as the sun comes up. So if I say -1, you can see a very distinct red spot. And then this is when the disk is just touching. Maybe it should be lower. Since I'm getting so close to it, I'll just do that. All right. Okay. So yeah, I'm using whatever Desert Dust is. And I think I want to change the ozone to be something a bit different. Should be in common. I'm just going to just paste and take the settings. And then this, I was saying, how many zeros? 4 zeros, and then the number. 4 zeros. Actually, I have it at 1.6. What does 1.6 look like? Maybe I could use 1.6. That's pretty high. Maybe I could use 1.6. Can I go half time? Half speed? It's in sun position. Time 2.5. Yeah. It's pretty high. You know, I'll see what 1.6 looks like. I think it's more that it's a little bit too much and you almost can't see it as the sun rises. But I can look at both. So I'll do 1.6 first. Go into 1. And then I think eye altitude 0.15. Did I increase that? Yeah, so I'm at 0.15. maybe I should go higher than that. Like 3.5. I'll set that. And ground albedo I have at 0.1. I think that just makes the ground darker. Kind of doesn't do anything. Does that change it here? Do I see anything happening? It makes the sky a bit brighter. Oh, wait, I see what it's doing. Or do I? I'm like looking over here in this area. Yeah, it makes the sky brighter when I do that. So maybe I should leave this at like 0.3. Okay. And then I was... What's the highest value in this list? 384. I could also do a low value. Maybe I should match what it might be at this time of year. I think... Okay. What do I have? Do I have like a year progress? I have tilt phase. 0 starts at the summer solstice. 1 makes it the winter solstice. So we're halfway between the middle of summer and the middle of winter, which is fall. I need to remember what the actual dates are. Here we go. So it's around December, and this is June. So 0.5 puts me here. Wait, what? Yeah, that's right. It's just, I guess either one of these technically is 0.5, but if we're increasing in value, which means we're going towards winter, then it's technically your 0.5 is here. And then it would trap to 0. Wait, what does it do? Actually, I don't think that progresses at all. Does that progress? I don't think it does. No, it does, because I have year length. What? Tilt phase. Oh, it goes from... Oh, right. What's the sun doing? Yep, that's a shape I'm familiar with. Cool, okay. Oh yeah, 0.5. This value is increasing, so... Is that really noon in the winter? That's kind of nuts. Shortest day of the year, the sun is really low. Wow. Okay, so it's actually mapped correctly. Alright. So it's 0 to 2. Okay. So yeah, 0.5 puts me here, September, apparently. And that would be a pretty low value. So I guess 300 is correct. So I'll just say 300. This makes the sky redder, like red-greener. At least I think so. I was looking at what it was doing. I can show it, I guess. This is at 0. So if I start this at 280, or I'll just even say 200 just so you can really see it. It's more like red-green. It's also really bright and hazy. 400 makes it just bluer, I think. I could change this to be that. And then play it forward a bit. So you can really see what it's doing. 200. Okay, you actually can't tell anything is changed. I guess it's only on the horizon. This is 400. This is 200. Right, so it's more like red-green, and then it's more blue-purple. Okay, so 300. And then... yeah, just leave it on Desert Dust. And I don't think I messed with anything else. I did consider messing with G. I guess I can mess with it if I really want to. There's nothing actually stopping me from doing that. Okay, so it's got to be something less than 1. Oh, wait, as it gets... oh, right, it like concentrates it. Okay. I'm assuming that fades it out. It says a negative value? The 0? Does this like make it brighter behind you? I think that's what it's doing. So if I turn this on to 1, this side, yeah. So interestingly, like flips what side of the sky gets red, which is interesting. I could turn this up to be a bit higher. Should I do that? That will just make it scatter. It'll pull this in. I think 8 is the physically accurate value. 8 is like water, which is what causes reflection in the sky. Could make it lower or higher. Yeah, I won't mess with that value. I'll leave it blank. And then I think I might have messed with these two. So, just to be sure that they're correct, I'm going to copy them back in. If spectral, I use these values. I'm just going to check if I've changed these ever. Nope, I never changed those. Okay. Okay. So I should have a halo around the sun. Or do I? Hard to see. That's just definitely not correct. Is it not correct? There's no haze around it. Am I skipping that? Possibly. Am I skipping that? Did I skip those? Versal type 1, 0.35, 0.3. All of that runs. It's correct. Because all this does is just calls the functions and then applies it. Params shadowing. Do I have a bug with that? Is there a bug? Or transmittance? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do actually. I'm just gonna quit. Don't save. Because I think it's... I feel like I've just been lied to. I feel like a restart reloading project did not reload the shader. I think it didn't. Okay, so I still have a problem. Where this is just not what should be happening. I'm just not getting that red glow at all before the sun comes up. It's just not there. It looks the same as it did before. I can flip this around, I think, and then go to like set, and then this should probably look really similar to, or not, never mind. This looks a bit better. But then this is just so, like, not close. It's just so not close. Right, so this is where the sun disk touches the top of the atmosphere, is what this should look like. Okay, I actually do have a mistake. Never mind, I just noticed that. This. Okay. So this is just before this is right after the sun disk touches the horizon. Starts to touch the horizon. If it's rising. So it just doesn't look like that. Right, it just straight up doesn't look like that. So I think maybe what I have to do is I have to go to these and click re-import. Right, I think I have to do re-import common, and then I can re-import atmosphere, and then I can re-import transmittance. And then reload. I think that's what I have to do. Perfect. All right. Now it definitely looks different. Okay. No, I mean, not exactly the same, but, you know, that's just tone mapping, auto exposure, things like that. All right. Way better. It does look a bit interesting, though. That is very interesting looking. I think it's just a recent mistake that I made with the sun. Why it's just a black thing beneath the horizon, and it should probably be orange or red, or just invisible. Actually, it should just be invisible there. Yeah, I can actually just make the alpha of it. Let me fix that. The disk, fortunately, is drawn here, so I can edit it here and fix that right now. Because that should just be transparent at this point. Okay. Sun color does this. So I'm going to do is I had some changes here. So do alpha plus bloom. This is adding the sun disk. And then I think I need to multiply it by, yeah, I think I just need to multiply this value by the transmittance at the same time at this location. Or I can multiply it by transmittance from, yeah, so I'm going to multiply it by the red value. Or not. color. Why is it more? Yeah. This isn't quite right. Yeah, it's not quite right. There is XY. This becomes 1 when we're looking up, and it's 0 on the horizon. I mean, yeah, I just need to fade it in on the horizon. I'll just start with XY. And I could do... I can add a value to this, 0.5. Not really correct. I think I just want to multiply by something. I guess I could do... Could do this. By just adding 1. Interesting. Interesting. How does that work? XY plus 1. How does that work? What? I could multiply it by... I guess I can go back to length of transmittance, or length of color, and then just multiply this by something. I don't know, because the thing is I want it to fade in from the horizon, right? But even on the horizon, it's very bright. So does this mean I'm applying too much transmittance to the sun disk? That might be the case. I could be applying too much transmittance to the sun disk. I could just multiply the inner color. Or recalculate it. So I could just say, if we're here, this is the color. And then if we're... cosine theta is less than min. If we're here, we have this color. If we're here, we have a different color. Maybe that's it. That might just be it. I mean, I guess I can actually just take this all the way down here and then say, just do that. And I could just say color, or I guess I could do transmittance. Cut it in half. Or, I mean, to double it? Triple it? Yeah, here's the thing. The whole sun disk should just be red at this point. Maybe what I can do is I could actually do like a max. So I could say, I can use sun direction as the transmittance and do a max between the two. So what I could say is I could do... Actually, let me just take that. Oh, right. This is also drawing a glow around it. Maybe I don't want to do that anymore. Maybe I don't want to do that anymore. I could just do this. So this removes my glow that I have. Right, okay. And then I can say, the transmittance can be a max between this point and the halfway mark. So I mean, I'm not gonna be able to see the horizon. I don't know. This isn't correct, right? Like, this should be brighter. This should just be brighter. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I multiply this by pi so it comes through better. So it always appears with a color a little bit higher than it really is. This is some like really... I could also just... have like a limit, right? So draw it with, I guess I could actually just do that. I could just do that. A larger value between this and that's probably way too high. Yeah. It's getting very, very low. It's a very small number. Ah, okay. So this can actually be... This is actually a negative value. Okay, so somewhere in here. Yeah, I don't know. Take that off first. I think I just go back to fading it in. But here's the thing, I know at this point, like, if this is the horizon, this is like bright red. It's just bright red here. You can maybe look at it a little bit higher, and you probably can't look at it anymore. You have to look at it like indirectly or through something else that isn't just like a screen. Oh wait, actually I think I want to keep that. Yeah, never mind. I do want to keep that. You know, it might just be that this isn't multiplied, this is just added. I add a value to this. That's too high. Too high. No. What if I were to... I don't know, like, I can either multiply it by something or add to it. Adding to it destroys the color. Multiplying is making... seems to not be doing it how I want it to do it. I don't know, maybe it is. Whoa, okay. So then that just causes crazy clipping right there. So yeah, I can't do that. Maybe just on the inside of the disk, I just multiply the color. Maybe that's all I do. I multiply the color on the inside of the disk. I could also actually square it. Doesn't exactly do what I thought it was going to do. So I just multiply it by 2. I just multiply it by 100. Yeah, 100's too much. 10. Okay. What is that? Why does that happen? Is that really this color in here? Yeah. Man. It's quite annoying. Maybe I just free this out later. Yeah, I just free that out later. I gotta stop messing with it. So I still have my own bloom around the edges. There's something weird happening here. I don't know what this is. It's just gone. What does it look like up here? Okay, you can pick it out still. On the horizon you can't, as it lowers, it's too bright, and then you can see it. And then that just looks pretty bad. Maybe what I do is I just limit. Maybe that's actually all I do. I make it so the red channel must be at least like 1 or something. So color.red equals max between. Does this work? Why is it getting darker down there? Because then I think up here, I'm pretty sure it's, yeah, it's over bright up there, right? I could even say 2. Let me just check that doesn't totally mess with any colors. I was thinking of doing like some other transmittance map, but I think this might be it. I think I just limit the red channel to be at least like 2 or something. Why is it getting dark there? Why is it getting dark? What am I doing? Why is it doing that? Is this the issue? Get sun color. Okay, I've forgotten exactly what this is doing. So just do just add the sun color. Just add it. Add the sun color times the sun color alpha. Okay, so don't do that. Which one of these two is it? Oh, maybe it's actually... No, it's fading it out there. This is really weird. Why is it fading it out there? So which one is this? Is it... this? No, it's not that one. Okay. So this is doing color times this. I guess what I should do is actually do a max between color this and one of those two. Okay, no, because that's always just going to be way brighter. I guess I multiply it, but I don't let it drop under the sun color. I think I just mix it. I think that's all I should do. I should just mix it by that and not do this. Okay, no. That's pretty bad. Why does it appear to get darker there? It just actually gets darker there. I guess because the sun color is literally darker than the background. So alright, do this. Okay, and now the sun never exists. I'll be back. Another trees and terrain day with none of that. Tough. I'm back. Oh, what was I doing? Bring this back. Apparently I had it right the first time. Or whatever I had before. But then what have I just done? Right, the maximum between adding it, I think actually is just this. Maximum between the sun color and that on each channel. It looks really wrong. It looks really wrong. Is it that being too bright? What if I did this? What if it color... do that. And then... 2? No. What's the red? 1.8, 1.6. This sucks. Why am I doing this stuff? Yeah, so... the larger value, like, what happens here? By the alpha. I have to do the alpha because that's how I know where the sun disk is. But is the mistake... no, this is fine. Because the alpha is either the bloom or if it's in the disk. So what's happening here? Okay. Okay, so this might be mix between sun color and that with the alpha of the sun. I guess what I should really do is just say this, and then I can see what's happening. So it's fading in here. So as the sun comes up, what if this was just sun color again? What about now? No, because this is just really bad looking. And here... okay. What if I do color add some value and then multiply it? Still got this weird thing. I could do... the larger value between this and just do 1. I don't know if that's right. Let me say 1.6. What if I just literally said that? Make sure this is at least red. Like, what is this? What is happening here? It's getting brighter there, right? What does this need to be? Two? Like, I'm actually really confused why this is getting dark still. Because then it's just too bright now and then it fades out. So I guess, wait, so is it at this point now that I can make it fade out as it goes beneath the horizon? Sun color A. Wait a second. What's really? I might be confused now. So this is when it's near the horizon. This is when it's well above the horizon. Mixing it by sun colored alpha. This should be... What did I have before? Hang on, what did I have before? Because it was actually... fading out, right? Okay, this is going to make it over alpha, and then it's going to be really low. Look at this. I was gonna say, what? Why is it really just not? I don't know, I feel insane. I just straight up feel insane. Alright, forget it. Straight up forget it. I've got a better looking thing now. It comes up, it'll be red. So I'm making sure the color's at least that much. And then I make sure I at least have also probably 1.8 here. Or I don't know, maybe I'll just say 10. Some high value. No, because that just overdoes the red. It just makes the red too much. Right, okay. The thing is, I don't know, from here, this looks odd. Right, that just looks strange. Seems like it's not nearly bright enough. Maybe I should just multiply the color when it's inside. Because, I don't know, maybe it's just a limitation of color. Maybe I need to do some kind of, maybe I should do this, where I run this on it. I don't know, maybe I do this. Maybe I'll see what happens here if I run that. And then negative K is this. Okay. How does that work? Why? Oh, I mean, I guess because it's like, it is actually white? No, because then it would look white. I don't know. Never mind. It was an idea. Because here, this looks correct. That looks maybe what the sun would look like. And then it hits the horizon, and now it just looks weirdly too dark. It just looks too dark. Maybe I should just always be multiplying it. Maybe that's the trick. I just always multiply the color. Still has this bit in the middle where it just looks really dark. Why? Maybe I should multiply it by... I think I take... Yeah, I think I just do... Maybe I just do this. So I'm almost taking the brighter color and then doing this and multiplying it together. And then I add sun color at the end. So this guarantees it's always brighter than the sky, right? So we're taking a maximum out of one of these. And then we're multiplying it by itself. That still allows it to be red just above the horizon. I don't know, maybe it should just be... Yeah, that works. Why do you expect that? Right. Wait, why do you... What? Oh, this is just an extra thing now. Oh, yeah, this is just... Just take that out. Okay. Okay, so I'm taking the maximum between the color, between the sun's red and the color's green-blue. and I'm multiplying that with the max of, and I guess I can probably take this out now. With the color and the brighter of the green blue there. No. Just do this. Okay, no. All right. There might just be a better way to do this. Vector 3 of the max between sun color red and color red. Followed by that. Times vec 3 of... Should list this in the other order probably? Take the red and the highest red in the first term and the second term. Oh, am I just doing the same thing again? No, I was thinking it should be different. So then this can be sun color red, and then, I don't know, maybe I just take the max green. Maybe just the max blue. Then okay, maybe not then. What? Alright. I think I had it better before then. So next, between color, this, and our and then add the sun color. What's the issue? Vec 3 of 2 floats. This. Should just be added. Should just be sky color plus sun color. What was that? I mean, I think this is actually probably most correct, right? Maybe what I'm missing is a clamp and then add. Maybe that's what I'm missing. I don't know. This is tough. This how to blend this is really anyone's guess, I think. It looks better here. Right here it looks kind of bad, I think. And then it looks good up here. So, but then I wonder if it, I guess you can't really make it over bright, right? It's not really a thing. It's gonna be too bright always. Oh, okay, and then something bad happens up here actually. So that's wrong, right? That's just not right. I can't figure it out. Maybe it should just be color RGB, add this. Why is the sun vanished? I don't know. Yeah, and then it looks bad down here. Maybe it's this. I don't know. Shouldn't the sun like always be like, you know, so much brighter? Like this. Okay, let's just made it larger. I feel like there's never a time when you can look. I don't know. I guess I've never tried looking at the sun at this time of day when it's like a little bit above the horizon. Okay, I gotta figure this out. I gotta find maybe something that someone else has done and see what they do. Just gonna search for sky. So yeah, that's just not what I looked for. Is that really? $1,234 results. This has a warning on it. So let's just see if I can do this at the same time as the stream. Yeah. So how do they... Okay, so they don't... Hack sun 0. Simple sun. Okay, so that's way nicer. What does simple sun do? They got G. What is simple sun? Aurora? Draw the badly implemented sun. M-A-R color. What? They just add it? What is M? M is 1. Okay. What is AR? Okay. So you're telling me that if I just do you just tell me I just do that. Yeah, I mean that's not it, right? So that's just not it. That doesn't make sense to me. That's not what I'm seeing here. I feel like I'm definitely not just seeing color add. That, I feel like I'm not seeing that. I feel like that's not what I'm saying. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Leave. Okay. I don't know, maybe there's another one. I have no idea how to blend in a disc. Okay, there's no disc. That's just drawing a white dot. I think this is probably just the same thing. Position, light position. Light position. Total sky is we take sky times the absorption and the sky divided by sun point, the sky over sky plus 0.5. What? Oh, without? Huh? Multiply it by this. I mean, this does look better though, right? This, to me, that does look better, but I don't know, this is tough. It's not very clear how that's blended. What is this? Okay. I've looked at these before. Maybe I should just look up how to do that. Oh, I should do that. What was it? There was actually a... I think it was Assassin's Creed Sky Simulation GDC. I don't think it was this. I don't think it was this. Was it this? Time of day. So he's gonna talk about time of day. I don't know if this was it. I'll know better once it gets to the actual point where he talks about. It looks like no. It looks like no. How can I find this? I think it was Assassin's Creed. And I think it was... It's not the 2025 one. It's, I guess the one before this. Man. This is probably just the best I got, honestly. Actually, this probably should just be a straight multiply, shouldn't it? Where's that? let's just straight multiply. Right, I've got the idea. Color equals, I was actually just about to write the exact same thing that I wrote before. Never mind. Maybe I do. Maybe I say color add. At this. And it would be because it should be added, right? I just made it extra bright. No, because then this happens, and that's not... Oh, gosh. Why can't I have some sort of, like, superhuman intelligence and just, like, know exactly what this should be? Because it looks good here, maybe. It looks wrong here. And then it looks good here. So it's just wrong right here. What should I do? Should this be a different value? Should this be lower? Maybe higher? I don't know. Like, I honestly don't even know what this is doing. Yeah, I kind of don't know what this is doing anymore. So this is just the, I guess, fade distance, right? Should I just add some small value to this? I just see nothing changing. Maybe this is what I need to change now. I need to just move this a little bit until it looks correct. Like here, it just doesn't look right. So what does that mean? I add and it looks better. Or maybe it just means that this piece needs to be improved. Cube it. This kind of it's blowing out the color a little bit. It's really blowing out the color a little bit. I don't know, what if I actually just did this? Okay, so do this, and then I need to fade it out. I need to flip it over to this one sooner than that. So about here I need to flip it over, I think. Or here. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's not so bad to do that. What if I don't add the sun color? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. The adding makes it look good when it's here, right? Yeah, it makes it look better there. Maybe this could just be a smaller. Alright, so 2 looks like this here. I don't like that. Where 2.3. It's more this blue channel. This blue channel, maybe I should take the max of the red channel, the min of the blue channel, and the average of the green channel. What? Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Why is the sun alpha a positive value out there? I actually don't know what happened. Why did this happen? Is it because there's a negative value? I guess so. That line didn't really go away, but I don't know. Maybe it's okay. Does it affect it up here? It should not. Right. Okay. What this was added. Okay. Right, okay, so this transition needs to happen sooner than that, I think. It needs to be like in here. What does this do? Okay, so this is more like the rate, I guess. And then if I were to just add values to this, this will come down. And then I probably just don't multiply it at all, I think. Okay. No, I get it. I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay. This should be it. Nope. Why is it just like, what if I did this the whole way up? What if I just did this the whole way up? What happens? I think what happened is up at the top, it does this, yeah, which is no good. I mean, is it really not that bad looking here? Is it okay? Is that alright? I feel like that just looks stupid and wrong. Something like this just feels wrong. I get this part to look okay, and now this part looks... I'm going with this. Cause I gotta end stream. I've lost my mind. I've just totally lost my mind. This just really bothers me. I've done something with the sun that is just bad. And I don't really know what that is. Because I gotta do things like this. And this is pretty bad, right? I'm multiplying the color, and then I'm making sure red is at least some high value, so it looks red on the horizon. And those two other things that I looked at, they were just basically just adding, essentially just doubling the sky color. And that gave them a sun that I think looked great. Okay. I'll think about it more. And this, for now, I think those look pretty good. I really don't like what happens around here. Something wrong. Here's pretty good because, you know, it's always going to be red there. There's this weird shadow that seems to drop from the sun that I don't like. It should just be like over bright red at this point. I mean, I can even see what it looks like. I could just make it, let me do this. So I'll just make this just an over bright red. Make it this, right? And this looks way better. Like, even just having a red disc looks way better. I don't know, maybe that's the trick. Maybe the trick is I just fade from a red disc to adding the sun color. It's tough. It's really tough. Maybe part of the issue is that I intend to be doubling it there. Alright, I really just have to wrap this up. One last check though. I mean, you know, it's just wrong, right? That's just wrong. Maybe the multiply here doesn't help. Should I? Is this really what I should do? I just need to multiply this to like a really large value or something. And then maybe that somehow looks okay. Until you get up here and then it does some crazy stuff. Yeah. It just doesn't have the right color. It's just not the correct brightness. man. Just adding this color that you don't see, I feel like. Right, I want to do this. Just so I can see if this even happens. So it doesn't happen? Something's happening here. What if I just did one? It got darker. Like, is anything happening here? I'm making it an incredibly bright blue. And I don't see any. I don't know. Is this some kind of thing happening? Like, what? Negative. It's not doing anything. Negative 100. Okay. So it turns that color when it exceeds 10. Okay, so it exceeds 10 like right away. Okay. All right. Okay. That's it for today. I really actually gotta stop. I guess if it was already tone mapped, maybe here's what I do. I've got an idea. My last idea. I multiply this by the length of color. Okay, I still get this, I still get that. So, that doesn't really help. I don't know, maybe it is. Fine. But then I don't get red anymore now. So I'm adding it. Right. This doesn't, this, I mean, this kind of gives me red, but not really. All right. This is pretty good, I think. Maybe it's too red, I don't know. Alright, that's it for today. Thanks for watching. My sanity decline. Have I ever told you the definition of insanity? Right? Try the same thing like 5 different ways and it never quite looks right. I'm just trusting my eyes. I'm not looking at this and saying, oh, I know what this should look like. It should look like that. I'm just looking at it and I'm saying, something about that's not correct. That doesn't feel, this doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. This seems right. This feels good. This feels correct. Maybe not as correct. You know, maybe it should be, like it should be hotter looking, more white somehow. This is pretty good, I think. This is really good. And then it just has this strange look to it. It's like extra bright on the sides for some reason. I don't understand why. And then here, it's okay. I don't get why it disappears. I feel like you don't lose the sun, right? The sun is lost here. It's right there, but the sun is basically lost. Can't see it. You could say, oh, you know, it's the haze in the atmosphere. It's just so bright that it blows it out. Sure, but that's not what's really happening. I'm not simulating that. I'm not simulating anything like that. The sun should be piercing it the whole way through until I tell it, you know, here's some atmospheric haze. I don't know, maybe this is too much. Maybe this is just way too much. Maybe I should just be doing add. Maybe it should just be add. Without the multiply. I guess I could do a min to stop it from doing that. And I mean, maybe I can say, all right, sure, the sun disappears. You know, you can't, you're looking right at it. It's just blowing out your screen. I'm actually going insane. I don't know. I want the red sun. But maybe I should just say, forget it, and just leave it like this. Also, I thought that the light would be based on the position of the sun. I guess it's either not doing that right now, or I have to be running it to do that. Probably have to be running it. I don't know, maybe it's maybe I just stumbled into it, I don't know. Sure. Sure, we'll go with this. We're adding it, we're multiplying it by the intensity of the sky, so it's guaranteed to be brighter than the sky when we add it. Well, this is also I don't know. Did I just multiply it twice or something? Am I just squaring this? I don't know, this looks okay. I'm just gonna leave it there for now. And I don't have to do all that. I'm actually just going crazy. Sun appears, it's there, you can see it. It doesn't turn this insane yellow color. It's always brighter. It's really red here because I have a limit, I think. I'd take that out. Whoops. Alright, I'm just gonna end it there for tonight. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.